Step up, traders, time to roll. Number shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show. Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floors are live.
Seeing USMD first. As oil prices hit the lowest since start of Iran war, down nearly 4%. Chevron down 2.3%, Exxon down 2.5%, ConocoPhillips down 2.7%, Occidental Petroleum down 3%.
Check 1 2, mic check.
Green and red gold. He's steering this ship on the stock market show. It's a stock market show where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first lap.
Where are we at right now?
Ride that wave on the stock market show.
What am I doing here? I need to sell some.
This ready, got your game face on. When the spreads get heavy, he keeps you calm from the open road till the last trade goes. He's calling the shots on the stock market show. Hey, it's a stock market show where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing goal. Right that way on the stock market show.
What did I call this today? On the brink?
Log on, lock in, get that trigger pulled on. TraderTheTrigger.com. TraderTheTrigger.com.
Oh, shoot. Hey, hold on here, guys. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? I got to take a quick phone call here. Give me one quick second here. I don't have a choice in this. Let me go over the main screen here. Let's go to the bottom right really quick. So we'll start with this here this morning. But a quick pop off of the bell here to the hourly trigger this morning. I did get out of longs on this high here. I had some longs into the bell yesterday. I did okay. Let me just see what I got off this here. 7%. That's all I got off of that hold overnight here. And I did have to add on the bell this morning. I did get out, though, on the hourly trigger. I want to talk to you about something important here. Yesterday, when I was talking to you throughout the day,
IMF and China sign.
let me just mute this, stop this here for a minute. So I got to turn that off. So yesterday at the close, what I said to you was that we have a window for the market to go higher. I think I drew in a straight or a dotted line up into today with a max height that we could go with a max pain pin much higher than this. I want to say it's like 753 or something, 752 and a half, something insane like that. Or it was 750, 7505 or something like that. Now this was a dotted line up and this was a straight line down to the depths of hell into Thursday. And that time is kind of a wasting. Meaning that it's either price or time, right? We know I've explained price and time to you. You have windows where you can get things done, and then it's not like they're just going to park the market there for the next year until you get what you need to get done. So you have windows of opportunity. You'll hear that sometimes being said, windows of opportunity out there in the stock market. So there's a window of opportunity for us to go up. Yes, 2 days. Actually, it's been for 2 days. It started around 12:30 to 1:30 on Tuesday. To see if we could launch and get out of here. We couldn't. You saw that they dumped us down into Wednesday because of it. And we weren't really out of here, I should say, to trade that 52. We couldn't get that. We got that failure to launch on Tuesday, and then yesterday the same thing happened into the bell. So I gave you an outlook that looked kind of like this, where you still have this window of opportunity, but it's dotted, not solid. Normally this would be solid if we were accumulating, and then dotted when you are looking for a pullback to then get long, right? We have the inverse here from yesterday, where you have the dotted line going straight up and then the straight line going down, which is the inverse. And there's a reason why I brought that up yesterday, was because as we were closing the day yesterday, yesterday's candle did not look good. It looked like this. Now, and I hate candlesticks. I like counting candles, but I don't like them on their own. But I do want to point this out, that yesterday's daily candle was a hanging candle here, where the body was down here. I don't know if you know much about candlesticks or not, but basically this is where the buyers began. They come up here and they get pushed back down to this close. In yesterday's case, we were already falling. So we came down into this bottom, came back up, and they pushed it down again to right here. So we were left with this this bearish candle here. This pretty bearish candle. Normally you get these candles much higher, not lower. Let me show it to you really quick. I just want to show it to you here. There's some significance here if I can show it to you. See this one right here? Let me just show you this candle. See this one right here? It's a pretty bad candle here. Normally, you would experience this much higher. So what is happening here is there's some manipulation going on in the market. I'm almost 1,000% positive due to the end of the month. But when you're seeing it this low right here from way back over here, see, this is the high. When you're seeing this candle right here, percentage-wise, it marks a bottom. But you need follow-through. You need a bullish engulfing candle for the new day. If you do not get that bullish engulfing candle the next day, typically it leads to really vicious downside. Could be violent, really pretty bad. So on the day today, you want to be paying very close attention. And remember, we talked about time yesterday, available to yesterday and today. And how I said to you yesterday, you have until like 9:30 in the morning today, maybe 11:30, 10:30, 12:30, somewhere in there, to really get as high as you possibly can. And more importantly, to get above the high of this candle from yesterday, to give any kind of hope that we could hold the market up so it would look like something like this. This is your candle, tip of your candle right here. It's the bottom of your candle right here. I think I wrote here on the brink on the show today, because you kind of need to close today, or at least if you could have whipped up here overnight and then a little bit more progress up here, it would give the padding needed for the news that's coming out tomorrow. Well, the only thing about this that I don't like is that this candle here is manufactured. This is not market pressure. This is like dealers and spread holders and parking price. None of this was done inside of most of this was not done in the cash market. It was done in after hours, pre-market, overnight hours. So I don't trust any of this move here at all. You're selling a few contracts and you're pushing price where you want it to go. So I don't like this price action for what it is. So we kind of need to get out of here. Is that the top line here is we need to get out of here like today. And I mean kind of a big way. And not only that, we need to close above 739.64 today. Like literally we need to close above it today. We have to be above it on a closing price today. In my view, at least. And it's a fairly significant thing. So the downside from this should, if we do not close above that today, statistically should put in a new low over here, 720, and I would actually expect that we trade all the way down here to 700. Something very violent to the downside. That's what I would expect, unless it can be proved, like if we turn around a price or something like that, we start turning around and racing up, getting above the hourly trigger. to go long again, this is a pretty pivotal moment in the stock market. Now, I'm not bearish on this trade down here. I'm not bearish on the trade down here. And we're not there yet. So I can't say, hey, we're going to go down here and trade all this. So I'm not bearish on this at all. But I want you to know that today should be a trigger to move balls to the upside is my point. The market should rip fucking faces off today. And especially at this point, the length of time it's taken to get to this moment, and the fact that it's not material, and the fact that the fucking data tomorrow is going to be great. I'm finding it really hard here to kind of figure out, outside of maybe the JPM collar being a magnet, but that shouldn't be enough. Like, you need to have some material stuff for us to kind of go down there. It's not just a magnet into the end of the month for the collar roll. So we should pay close attention to this. And not only that, there's but there's negative flows that come in on the 30th. So you kind of have to compound all this stuff. If you start closing below that line, you start adding all this other shit up. There's like a setup here to try to correct the market more than that 2%. And it's manufactured. It's not real. It's fake. The whole fucking thing is fake. So I'm going to put more credence here on we close above that number today. I think I laid it out for you here. It's the number is we're already going green again right now, but it's 739.65. So basically you got to close around 740 at the end of the day. Like today's candle needs to be, the price needs to be above that prior candle. If we get that close above this candle here, see this candle right here? It's right here. We're on the day. See it right here? If we close above that candle, theoretically, we can mark that as a bottom, and we should be able to use it. You would use this like this. If you close, if you're closing above this candle right here, typically what you would do is you would mark that as bottom. And you could put your stops down here. And you would, this is you could take a loss down here, but you get long here, right? Up here, you mark that as bottom, and then you mark this as your stops. Or if you're more aggressive with your stops, you can move them up or whatever. But this should be a huge move higher here. And this is why I'm saying on the brink, it's like a major inflection point. Today is. So you need to find out where we wind up end of the day. I'm going to bring us back over here. Just on an hourly basis, let's look at, this is yesterday's high on Tuesday. So you can see I've got us marked out right here. You want to be like breaking up here, right? And then by end of the day, be breaking above this prior day's candle on Tuesday. Got that right? Yeah, I got that right. Today is Wednesday, so I'm pretty bullish here. I'm trying to justify here why we wouldn't. So I'm very bullish on the day. The only concerns I have is if you're a bear, or not a bear, but if you're a bull, you have to be very aware of sellers will attempt to come in at that 10:30 or 10 to 10:30, 12 to 12:30 mark, and they're going to try to get bearish into like 2:30 because you're going to get some hedging flows into that time period typically, and a little bit of risk off action into some of this data that's coming out tomorrow. But outside of that, this is probably it. And I think that this is all manufactured in here. I don't trust any of this price action right here. None of that I trust. I don't think I trust this either. Yeah, this is after the bell too. See this right here? They're doing all this bullshit after the bell here, so that's all fake. This is all fake right here. Notice how they can't get this shit done in cash market. There's like no, like even I was looking at the fear indicator and I was kind of scratching my head if this fear indicator was sentiment or if it's more like, I got to hedge my underlying. You know, those are two different types of sentiment. And you don't want to mix up the two in the fear and greed indicator. You want to find out, hey, I got to call you guys back. Okay? Or give me 1 second here, guy. Or I can tell you 1 second here. I might have an emergency phone call I got to take, so just hold on. It was an emergency. I apologize. I have a close friend of mine with children. He's divorced. He's got he's going through a hard time in life, and his car broke down. He has to go pick up his kids. He's been blowing up my phone for like past 15, 20, 30 minutes. So I'm trying to get on stream, and I had to take it. So he's going to come pick up a car. So I apologize here. So you get my point here, right? We have these windows, right? Windows for price, and you've got windows for getting things done, and we're kind of at the last minute here. All this down move is manufactured. Someone out there is trying to manufacture a larger 2% pullback or whatever than we actually have. So, and I don't know who that is. It could be anybody. They're like on vacation. They come back from vacation for vacation from Memorial Day and then Juneteenth. And they're like, hey, I'm back in the house. Nobody else is in the pool. I'm going to move this market around to where I want it to be. And part of that, too, is also OPEX related stuff. You've got hedges, or not hedges, you've got spreads on for long periods of time, and they want these things to print, right, to max potential. So, and then you've got, of course, the collar bullshit in the background. So a lot of forces working, in a time when not a lot of people are in market. So you see a lot of market manipulation. So we'll watch this closely into the end of the day today, or at these key inflection points in time. For this data that's coming out tomorrow morning. The data should be good. I don't see anything crazy in the data. I think yesterday, I don't know who it was, but one of these banks yesterday came in and said the data is not as bad as you think it is. And it isn't. It's not as bad as anyone thinks that it is, as far as I can see. And I look at the data very frequently. So there's either some kind of like gotcha moment in here, or there's like a manufactured, can we make this happen? And I don't know if they can or can't. We're going to look at one other thing, though, today. When I have some time, we're going to look at another previous example in history. And it's been frustrating me now for a year and a half, ever since Trump was reelected. We've followed at times the playbook for the first Trump presidency and price action. Not fully and not completely, and I don't like it with the bubble that we're in. I don't think it's the same situation. So sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I can see the trade. Like right now, I can see the trade, and I could see it last week too. Like the trade, because I did go back and look at all of the summers, going all the way back into I want to say early 2000, or maybe 2000 or something. Even the 90s, I might have looked at them. I looked at every single summer, and this is a setup from, I think, 2018, the year and a half into his first presidency, where they're trying to set this trade up. So we'll take a look at that today as well, as a group. But at any rate, I think you need to be aware of that daily candle we marked in yesterday. And it's either one of two things. It's either going to be a huge continuation to the downside, or we get the higher than yesterday's close. And what is that called? Anybody know what that's called? It's a bullish engulfing candle. So you need the bullish engulfing candle today is the point that I'm trying to make to you. And we do have the gamma set up to do it today, so we'll see if it happens or if it doesn't happen or whatever. And I did mark this down below here. It's kind of what you need to know. On the Brink. And on an hourly basis, this is your low. This is your second higher low in a green wick. When you see these wicks right here, and it's not a perfect bottom either. It's like this is all. I think this is all a scam. I really do. This was the wick that we put in, right somewhere. Hold on, let me get back in a day here. You can see it right in here. You can see this push up right here. See that push up right here? This was indecisive, but then we engulfed it right here. Kind of see that, right? Up, 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 down, back down over here. You can kind of see it over here. Big wick push up here, right? They tried to push it back down, then push back up. And when you're looking at this one right here, you can see this big push higher, buy, 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 right? You see it right here? Right? They tried to push it back down and they failed. Right over here, and so they took it right back here. They failed again, and then they pushed it back up. And this is where we wound up here. They pushed it back down over here. This was a good candle right here. This actually is the one we're looking for today. This same one right over here. And you're kind of expecting these buyers to be in here just scooping this stuff up to go higher. And the only other thing I would say to this would be, I don't mind this trade down here on some news necessarily, but I would really like to close this above here today. Let them push this down and give that space. Any of this space would work for me. What I don't want is that candle from yesterday right here be rolling down here today. Let's say we close the day over here, and then they push us down and through this group right here. I just don't like it. I don't like being down there. I don't like this candle in particular. And you can actually see a version of that right here. There's a good version of it right in here. It's not perfect. This would have been more bearish if it was just mostly wick and this candle was lower. Would have been nice if it was bearish, but it wasn't. So we'll keep watching this morning, see how this thing works itself out. There is some room down over here. Theoretically, there's some room over here, but I just don't like that fucking daily candle right there. They're trying to set this up as this like bearish reversal to the downside for continuation past here and deeper down into the market, somewhere down in here. So 699, 700 or something like that. That is the setup for this candle. So we got to watch this very closely today. We'll keep an eye on it. I'll put it back over here in this hour. And the other issue we have here today is the traffic, but the velocity is all on the side of bulls. So there's nothing stopping us from breaking through this trend here. See this velo here? Or the triggers are turning up, I should say. You can see it right here. This is flattening. And I want to show you one more thing here, which is when you see triggers flat, or you see triggers are going down, right? If a trigger is headed down in this direction, that's extremely bearish, right? Trigger going up, extremely bullish, right? Trend follows this down, trend follows this up. When we get into the flat of a trigger, you kind of have to be quick. Like, time is not on your side when you get a sideways trigger normally. Sometimes it is, but if you're like above it maybe, and it's slowly rising, I'd give you that. But if we're underneath it like we are, or underneath like this, the more time we spend here, the more bearish I become for a dump, for price to go down and for the trigger to make more continuation of the downside. So time is of the essence, in my view. And when we're in this position right where we are, time is kind of the essence. More time we spend underneath those triggers, more time. You ever notice when we're in like the end of the day or something like that, we bury the close, we'll come down in price, right? We like park to the end, and we're not recovering when we have flows that come in to recover. And it's like, yeah, you didn't get that thing. We're going to go down, right? Does that make sense? You'll hear me. Like, I think I said that on Tuesday. We didn't get a failure to start on, or was it Monday? Maybe it was Monday or Tuesday or something. I went on Twitter and I said, we have a failure to launch at 1:30. That's not looking good. No longs here, right? And kind of the same situation here today. Let's go look at this here. This is, I wrote on the Brink down here. So we just want to follow this line here. And we want to make sure that at any point we're not losing this low. And if we do, we'll start looking lower to at least 726.56, 719.40. I would expect that we at least trade this. If you're losing this here, if the way's not higher, if we lost this right here, I would expect to at least trade this new low at a minimum. That's 715, 717. And I don't have that in my cards. So I don't have that. I'm not trading that at all. I would have to close on my positions, turn to short and selling. And I become a bear in here pretty fast. So we're not there yet, but and I know that this is like a pain trade right here, but I just want to be crystal clear with all of you out there. And you can also watch this stuff here. You can see that you have these two lows here and this low right here. And if you figure we're going to go down here no matter what, right? If the wave's not higher and the wave is lower, we're at least going to go down here and test this, right? If that's the case, then you start thinking about all of this stuff over here. Start questioning this entire move right here. And I would want to come back down to at least 704. At least there. I'd want to come back to this at minimum. But it would more than likely erase all of this price action in here very quickly. So once you take out these lows right here, and you took out this low right here, that low right there, and now you're retracing all this, making that, I'm going to take that as like, let's start putting the pain and the screws to the bulls. That's what I would want to do. I'd want to fucking take every fucking goddamn stop they have. So they're either right or they're wrong, right? The bulls are either, well, we use that as a heel, but bulls are either right or wrong. If this is the bottom over here, and this is all manufactured bullshit, or excuse me, if this was the bottom over here, and we came back up here, took the look above, that's a good look. Then you manufacture this shit, you manufacture that shit. That's fine with the manufacturing, but if this is just manufactured, then we should be moving to the upside, not giving up new lows over here. Shouldn't be giving up new lows over here, nor over here. So mechanically, at least, keep your eye on this for a move higher. Let's go to a 1 minute here. I mean, everything's set up to go up. You guys, like, everything looks great. Like, technically, everything looks great. Fundamentally, everything looks great. I don't see any kind of, like, reason. Like, I read some reasons yesterday and this morning again. I read another story this morning about reasons why the market should go down. I'll buy into any of it. Like, zero. Hold on a second here. It's very unusual for me to feel like that. Let's go over here to this 10 a.m. Where's 10:30 really quick? Hold on here. This is 10:30. This is 12. That one lined up pretty good. And then this is 12:30 right here. We just want to watch this closely here. We want to watch these flows right now at 10:30, and we want to watch the flows at 12:30 as well. This is where the sellers are going to try to come in and sell us down for unrealized volatility into these reports tomorrow. Put that up for us so we can see. We'll call this on the brink day. It's over here. Kind of has to happen today. And the number we have to get above is, what did I say the number was? 639.64. So just in here, right where my arrow is up here. That's where we need to be. Not too far away, right? It's very close. Like, and that's another ironic thing. I watched the price action last night, and I was like, they're fucking guiding this shit. It was like they're parking this fucking thing. If it goes down, it gets bought. Goes up, it gets sold down. So market is being, I don't want to call it manipulated, but it's easily moved right now. Even my shit, like, I'm putting shit on the market, and I'm getting like green bars on my trades. I'm only trading like 900 contracts, maybe 300 packs. Well, it's 900 by 100. Something crazy like that. Do 900 times 100. Hold on here. Let's watch this closely here. I'm going to grab some calls here with you guys. Hold on here. I believe in this, so hold on 1 second here. I'm not dicking around in this. Give me one quick second. Like, I'm dead serious. Hold on here. What did I say it was needed to be above? 740, 740.49. 740s are 51 cents right now. I want to go cheaper. I want to go like 742 or something like that. Hold on here. Let's watch this closely together. Just want to see what these flows are before I put the trade on. Leave that right here. I'm never really like a this is kind of where I shine. I have zero fear when we're in fear. Like none. Part of my medulla oblongata has a hole in it. Seriously. Tight air. Keep that open right in here. This is kind of like the place where you put the risk on. Here. I'm going to start a position. I'm going to start adding 10 packs on 742C. 0 dates for today. If I have to add some more down here, I will. And I'm willing to chase it as well to the upside. I'll put some more in down here if I need to. I can also add 740s, something like that, if we go down here into this 1030 mark. But I am going to put the risk on even if the trade dies. If you're a small account, don't do this, but probably blow yourself up. But I'm going to try it because this is kind of like the bull's last stand in my view. And I kind of want to, I kind of don't mind, or kind of want to be on that buy side until it becomes a sell side type narrative. And then when it becomes a sell side type narrative, I'll get into the bared up, the seller and all that kind of bullshit. So let's watch this between 10 to 10:30. We'll find out what these flows are, how viciously, how bearish they become. I got to fill. I'm just going to sit there and watch and wait. And turn this guy back on up here. Good morning. I got to check I have more messages here. Just give me a minute here. I haven't had any, taken any phone calls yet this morning. I was getting blown up late last night. I was in meetings until almost midnight. You can hear the trade went through. Did you guys hear the beep? Hey, it's popping up. Should add another one, maybe? Let's add another one. That one. You can buy another 10. There we go. There's another 10. What do we got now? Did I not get a fucking fill on that? Did I get a goddamn fill? No fill. Okay. There's a fill. Watch this closely here. You can see him already coming in right on the open this morning. Bam, down. Fired in here. Right at 10 a.m. Bam, down. You can see him right up here. And they're going to do the same thing at 12:30. They're going to do the same thing at 2:30. See it right there? See it right here? They'll do the same thing at 12:30. They'll do the same thing like 2:30 in the afternoon. They're going to try to price in this unrealized vol into the close here. I don't know what this is here. Let me just see this. There's a nice little gap that needs filled down here too, just so you can see it. You see all this here? We're going to move this over just so we can see it. You can always drag it right. You see all that right there. Yeah, there's the 930 right there. You can see him right in here.
So just heads up, Netanyahu has started speaking, but there isn't an English translation version of him speaking.
It's marked 930 so you can see it.
If there is, we'll pop it on the feed for you. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the EIA crude oil inventories forecast is for a draw of 3.6 million. Prior was a draw of 8.263 million, with a range of a draw of 1.5 million to a draw of 7.037 million. Gasoline inventories looking for a draw of 1.097 million. Prior was a draw of 0.906 million. Distillate inventories forecast for a draw of 1.05 million. Prior was a build of 0.951 million. And EI crude Cushing inventories prior was a draw of 1.606 million. Just a reminder, last night with the API data, crude oil stock change came in at a draw of 0.765 million.
Why am I not able to buy that? Some reason I wasn't able to buy that. Why no fill on that one? Tried to buy that red candle right there. No fill. Got 40 contracts now. I'm green right now in total. Oh, that's because I got a green bar there. Pretty green right now. I'm up 13%, 20%, 24%. %30. We'll see what comes in here. We're going to know real fast. As soon as we leave this 10 to 10:30, we're going to find out real fast if we're selling or not. Up 36%, 41%. That's comical. I went down to 36% on a green candle. Down 24% now. Or I'm up 24%, but sorry, down to 24%. There was one more push higher and it went down. Trade is green right now. Up 30 now, 36, 41, 42, 36. See if we can take this to that gray box and then jump back in again. Let's go. Push it. You ain't got all day there, boss man. There we go.
Five minutes ago now to get the crude oil inventories forecast is for a draw of 3.6 million. Prior was a draw of 8.263 million. Gasoline inventories forecast is for a draw of 1.097 million. Prior was a draw of 0.906 million. Distillate inventories forecast is for a draw of 1.05 million. Prior was a build.
Ranking right now.
51 million. And crude Cushing inventories prior was a draw of 1.606 million.
Down to 19%. Fucking got to sit here all goddamn day long waiting for a 3, 4, 500% trade. Like, fuck. fucking. Then as soon as we start moving, it's like, woo!
Trump on Truth Social says today's housing news conference and signing is hereby cancelled until such time as we pass the desperately needed Save America Act, which he says I consider to be a national emergency.
I bet. Everything's an international emergency there, Trumpo. 7%. About to go red here.
Just a reminder, he was due to be speaking at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, but of course now that's cancelled.
Now, if we begin rolling here at 12 or 10:30, what I'll do is we start rolling down here. I'm going to switch to becoming a seller, and we'll take this fucker down to the depths of hell. Back up to 36%, 41%, 47%. So we can pop the top of this hourly trigger. Holy fucking Christ, dude. Are they going to give $1 away in this fucking market here? This fucker's been sideways. They've been vacuuming up options for a fucking week. I'm going to be in this fucking trade all day long.
One minute to go now. Lead with the EI crude oil inventories.
Remember, the sellers are up here.
Ten seconds. A draw of 6.088 million, a draw of 6.088 million, compared to the expected draw of 3.6 million, so bigger than expected draw there. Gasoline inventories, build of 2.064 million.
There's nothing bigger.
2.64 million.
Not bigger.
Expected draw of 1.097 million. Distillate inventories, a build of 3.064 million compared to the expected draw of 1.05 million. Crude Cushing inventories, a draw of 1.077 million.
There you go. Dude, are we going to fucking get over 25 cents or what? Let's fucking go. Pop it. Squeeze their fucking tits off, dude. Fucking squeeze that shit. You ain't got no time, though. What are you doing? Add some more now.
And we have posted out the weekly EIA crude inventories report on the feed for you to read through.
The fuck happened here? Hold on, there, get some wonkiness going on here. That's a pretty good day. You guys are all along with me, right? Do you guys listen to my show and then not get along with me? I literally just put the trade out for you. It's up significantly right now. I don't know, Sadia. That one right there. I guess you could get out here. It's the hourly trigger if you want to. I'm not paying a fuck ton, and there's that red bar right there. Could wipe out all your profits if we go back down before the bounce higher.
Companies, according to Dallas Fed survey, expect a
This is where their stops are right up here. So if we can get above here, we're going to take all their stops and rip it. I think we've already taken their stops, but I'm not sure. It's close. We might have taken their stops. We might have at least hit their stops here.
Prices of $3.36 per million British thermal units at the end of year of 2026.
Like how they're like, they drew more than they expected. I'm like, fuck you, drew more than you expected. The fucking strait's closed. Of course, you're going to put a lower than expected draw on reserves. Come on. Keep your eyes on these guys up here. This is like the earliest hedging that's already taken place for the reports tomorrow. Should see another round of that at 12, 12:30. You'll see another round at 2:30. Remember, we need to be above 740.63 or something like that on the closing price today. Must. That is the bullish daily engulfing candle. That would signify that red candle with the long wick with the body at the bottom, with the wick in the bottom too. Instead of it being a sign of a new leg down, today's candle, if it was bullish engulfing, would actually flip it to a sign of a trend reversal to the upside.
Inventories dropped to the lowest since 2004.
Which would seem correct for right where we are. So. Anything above 6 or 7, what did I say? 740? Anything above 740.69, you're on your goddamn own. Take that money and do it. I don't care if you burn it. I don't care if it goes red. I'm not telling you when to get out. But you got free money, which is good. Let's see how much money we can make for free today. I'm already up $663.67, so it's pretty good for an opening this morning. It's not a bad day. I know a lot of people don't even make that in a day. Should be a good, at least a couple thousand. You can average a couple $1,000 a day. It's pretty good. That's with all your wins and losses in total. All your bangers, all your weak ones. If you can average like somewhere around like $2,000 a day, it's like 250 sessions in a year. So that's, 3, 4, 500 grand a year. And you're making more money than most people in the world. You can raise kids on that. You can actually have babies. For the rest of you scallywags, you can't. You fucking broke like my ass for the first 10 years of having kids. Actually, I made that money. I was just like telling my wife about this. I was making, trying to think how long ago this was. My wife and I are both making six figures right out of Army and college. It's been a long time, but we were both making that then, and we were poor. We were raising kids then. This is 20 years ago. So I can't even imagine like what it's like raising a kid today. And we were poor. We were both making like I think I was making 120. No, I was making 160, and she was making 120. She made slightly less than me. 20 years ago, and we were poor. We lived in a very wealthy place, but I was like the poorest guy in the community, like outside of a janitor or something. I don't even know how you raise kids today. I'm trying to think of that. I'm trying to think that through. I'm like, I should probably do the math on that. Like, what's like, I was making between the two of us $280K a year. We had really high childcare. It was stupid. My childcare was like, I'll ask her, but I think it was around $1,500 a week or something stupid. There was no like where I lived with these kids, that there was no state-run childcare or anything like that, or like a state-level option. It was all private, so it was bank. But I'm like, 20 years. Should I look that up right now? Okay, ready? Let's look that up in inflation calculator. Let's look that up. So that would be 2006, right? 2007. Hold on here. Inflation calculator 2007. I don't even want to look at this. If in 2007 I purchased an item for 280,000, yeah, 280,000, right? 280K. So, ready for this? This is fucked up. We had two kids. We lived in probably the best place you could live in the U.S. at the time. All of them. I lived in Santa Monica on the beach, literally. And we were poor raising kids. Two kids. We were poor. In today's dollars, that's $452,000, $558.77. Fuck.
Netanyahu says, I did not ask for Trump.
How many kids make that out of college? Like first year? First couple of years?
From his press conference, again, there's no
married?
Translation.
452,000?
From Trump, excuse me, from Netanyahu.
I'm gonna bet not many. That's fucked up. Now I kind of get when a kid says, we can't afford this.
Also, Netanyahu says that we've decided that as long as
they can't have kids,
Israel will remain in the security zone.
Fucking crazy. On the brink. Yeah, there's still fucking bombing this shit. You see that?
Netanyahu says, as long as I'm prime minister, Israel will remain in the security.
There's another one. And that's a lower high than this one. Higher high, that's good. This is a lower high. They still own it. Buyers still own this in the 1 minute trigger, but be careful here. I'll get rid of that one. I don't trust that. It's still there, but I don't trust it. We're still in the 1 minute, so we got that. That's not the high yet. It's not confirmed to be the high, but I don't like that lower high there. We need to get above this like right now, like Johnny on the spot. We've got till 45, excuse me. Just need to get that high right around the 45 mark. Watch this prior high right here. That's fucking insane. I can't believe you have to make that much money today. It's absurd. It really is. You have to make almost $500,000 fucking dollars to start raising a kid today. If you want to live in a nice place. I'm assuming you don't like. I know if I made that money in a cheaper place to live, it would. And like I was paying $20 for a burger 20 years ago. I kid you not. $20, but I was living in nice places. I was living in like Vail, fucking Santa Monica, like nice touristy places before they all got overrun and developed. But I still paid $20 for a burger back then too. So my cost of living back then was very similar to how it is today regularly. I would say that today's cost of living was very similar to what it was like when I was living at that time. So if you want to live in, maybe I should rephrase this. If you, in today's world, if you want to live in a very nice place, you probably need to make closer to $500,000 fucking dollars just to barely scrape by in a high cost of living area.
So total US crude oil stocks, including the SPR, fell last week to the lowest since October of 1984, according to EIA.
Need to catch a new high in here pretty quickly. Remember this 10:30, 10 a.m. This is 10. This is 10:30. You can see they tried to sell the open. They tried the bomb right off the bell. They tried the bomb here at 10 a.m. They're trying the bomb again at 10:30. Bulls don't have much. They're kind of on the brink here. Look at that aggressive. Be aggressive over here, huh? I think we should rip their fucking faces off. Okay, there, guys. Oh, fuck yeah. Here, just so you know out there, if you're a, see that right there? See that green bar right there? You see that one? How's that green bar treating you? Is that you, Jack? What are you doing? You slumming? Hey, come here, old man. Come here, good boy. Jack. Hey, Jack. He's going deaf. Come here, handsome. Oh, yeah, I love you. You guys all taking all their money right now? I am. Yes, you guys taking these early shorts money right now? I'm taking their money. What up, Daddy Pow? There's the new high we're looking for right there. So we'll get rid of this one right here. We have now taken their stops. They're now going to be what? Zombie bulls. They're going to have to jump on the other side of this trade with us. Now we're going to get yeah, there we go. Take all their money. There you go. Take all their money. Good. Take all their fucking money. Yep, that's right. These fucking bears. Here's your next stop to get off if you want.
Johnson's
You had your first stop right here. This is your second stop if you want to get off the bus. There we go. Squeeze them out of there. Oh. Ooh, no lube. Ooh, how's that? How's that feel? Feel good? Yeah, that felt good? Oof. Oh, yeah. Yeah, print that shit. Hmm. 742's now up to 39 cents. 40 cents. If you want to get off the bus, you're more than welcome to. This is a, how many percent? I'm up 200% now or something. Pretty close. Trading 40 cents on 742C. Called it out to you earlier. Told you each time I added to the trade. If you want to get out now, you can. Your account should be up, whatever you traded, 100% plus. You guys need any more money today, or is that enough? You want more? You want it all? You want to make it a 3 or 4 or 500% trade for the day? Remember, we need to be above 740 and change. Now, the Jim James Express here is coming up into 740. You can see it. There will be self-flows up there. You should get the fuck out and take your money as we approach it.
Pull together a reconciliation bill that will have that. And Johnson says he told Trump, Save America Act.
Come on out.
Reconciliation bill.
Good. Sell your positions. Can always get back in. If you got in with me, now's the time to get out. Here, I'll do it with you. You guys want to get back in for the second run with me? No, I'm flat. Well, did you watch the show yesterday about the 752? And did you watch it this morning? I talked to you about the window for it to happen with the dotted line and the solid line. There's no guarantee we do it. That's why it's a dotted line. Normally it's like this. We do the line straight up, and then we do pullbacks like this, and we do line straight up. Yesterday I gave you a dotted line up and a straight line down, right? Which means that this is not guaranteed. If we roll at any point, we start selling with a straight line. These are places to sell on this one. These are places to buy. You get that? Places to buy. So if we start heading up here and you miss that buy, does that mean you don't get long? Fuck no. The moment you get above there, you're adding, right? Do you understand that concept? If not, I can explain it. You understand the difference between these two concepts here? We can get there. I just don't know if we can or when or whatever. Like we have a window to get there. It's still available today. It's just, you know, can we get there or not? Remember, we have sell flows coming in right here.
Also, Johnson said,
if you're a member of our Discord, if you look at the lower frames and higher frames, I can explain some if you ever want. I've done it. I've explained it in the past, but so like, let's say I've got like a I don't know, a weekly outlook, and it's like this on a weekly, like on a daily basis. There's like other. If we're up here in a week, I've got other expectations that are maybe like this, like on a day, and then there's like one more in the inside of this, and then there's like something in the inside of this. I don't know if I explained that right, but I can draw it out for if you want. I can draw out all my expectations right now in every time frame. So So if you're trading like a short period of time or a long, like as an example, I can explain this simply, simpler. So as an example, 740 is bottom on a weekly basis. I don't know if you know that. So 740 and 7400 on SPX. Now there's price differences, of course, that fluctuate. We're at a major bottom. The expectation is from here to trade 820, somewhere in there, roughly 820, basically. Now that's on a weekly time frame. So like if you're putting out, so if you're like a swing trader over time, let's say for the whole summer, you're not paying attention to a 1 minute chart. You don't care if it trades like at 740. You don't care if it trades 750. You don't care if it trades 730. You don't care if it's 735. You don't care if it's 745. You just don't care. So if you're on a weekly basis, you don't give a fuck. You're looking out way, way farther in time, right? And then you're looking for a weekly candle that hammers so that you can take that trade from 740 to 820. If you look at a daily expectation or an outlook on our website, we give you outlooks for like way farther out in time to closer in time. So like on a much higher frame, those people don't give a fuck about a 1 minute. So like, hey, you're saying 740 is bottom. You say 740 is bottom, but we're trading, I don't know, 739 or something. Or we trade 740, then we trade 738 or something. That the time frame I'm speaking to you about is the weekly time frame. And those guys don't look at a 1 minute chart. They don't watch a 10-second chart or a 5 minute chart or whatever. They're looking at candles that are much bigger. No one remembers the wicks either. You got to remember that. Like no one ever remembers wicks. So when you like come down to these smaller frames, it gets more challenging and difficult to trade these intraday, I don't know, even literally 10:30 to fucking 12:30, or even a 10-second chart is a whole different looking chart, right? So these expectations are based on time frame that you're trading. I don't know if it makes any more sense. And even within that, there's a range of outcomes. And then there's funky shit that goes on too. Like you get like they call them fake wicks. Like you'll miss a mark. Like we didn't hit this. So this could be up or down, doesn't matter. So as an example, let's say we're expected to hit this mark on a down move, and we come down here to hit it, and we fail it. Trying to show us from the Bears perspective, I guess. And we miss it. I'm like, I don't know. Like, you know, I go, like if it's up here, I'm like, I don't know. We can go back down there and hit that fucking thing and then go, right? Make sense? It's like, hey, you said we'd hit this here. And then we do over there, right? And then the same thing on the upside too, works on the upside. So if you miss, this is how you get fake wicks. Like typically we'll go up here. Let's say we're supposed to hit this and, we don't hit it. Just this big wick. It's not a body. It's just a wick on a candle in here. There'd be a wick and it gets sent down to the depths of hell or something like that. And you leave this wick behind or this body of this candle that was never formed. So I'm always waiting, like, we're going to go back up there and hit that fucking thing or not. And how long is it going to take? Like a 1 minute chart, you can kind of see them hourly chart, but on the higher frame charts, we haven't completed what needs to happen and the time is still available to get it done. So I always use like windows of time and price. Like you have a window to get these things done. And then that window goes away if you didn't get it done. And then if another window opens up, I always remember that prior mark, whether it's on the high or the low, and see if we can go back up there and take it out at that point. You'll oftentimes, I'll show you a great example of this. Here's a brutal one. Let me just show you something really neat here. I want to show you something kind of cool. This one was brutal, but this serves as a lesson. Show you a quick lesson here. And you should remember this conversation because of how important it is. I was trading with a bunch of people during COVID, and this is a prime one right here. we were knowingly going into, Jerome Powell told us that we were going into a hiking cycle. And I want to talk about the brutality of the market. So Jerome Powell tells us, hey, we're going into a hiking cycle somewhere in here. And the legs in the stool started coming off. The indexes held up. They had cut down all the spec growth stuff. They got rid of all the tech stuff. The only thing left in here was where publicly traded companies that were issuing debt. And like Apple was a good example. And the index is held up in here. And I met a guy that was trading this, and I begged him, as we knew we knew this was happening here. I knew this roll was coming. I knew that was the top too. This was, I believe, January 6th or 5th or something. But that's not the point. Point is that if you were long duration in here, if you were long for this whole entire thing in this duration, like long buying SPY, accumulating SPY, accumulating SPY, or Qs, or whatever. In my case, I prefer SPY. It's more well-rounded. It usually catches up eventually. Like gold and silver usually catches up over time. Like gold will stay flat, and then eventually it catches straight up. At any rate, point is this. As we topped up here, I met a guy who, as everybody got super bearish in here, like super fucking bearish in here, he sold everything he had. And I was like, bro, number one, you're not underneath the monthly trigger. I'm like, but the second problem that you have is that we haven't returned to the scene of the crime. And this is the scene of the crime right here. And he lost a fuck ton of money. He did. He lost a boatload of cash. And so if you like wait, my point here is that if you miss the return to get out, so like they sell you down and you're like, oh my God, we're just going to do this nonsense, then you're not going to do that. They'll, even if it takes time to get back there. And in this case, I think it took until spring. It was like April or something. Yeah, right here is April. But they did return to the step off point up here. So they actually gave you the out, is my point. And the same thing applies to like when you're missing a mark, when you're like, hey, we didn't hit this, we didn't hit that. Normally you'll come back and sweep up and touch it or get near it. That's that 752 and a half, 750, or at least reject the 750 without a look above or something like that. At any rate, let's go back over here, see what's going on. Looks like we're ripping the doors off, right? I'm assuming at this point. Anyways, you want to be aware of when we miss a mark for bullshit. I just call it bullshit because it's I need like a reason for us to go down. Profit taking works too, but when you're manufacturing lows and like pre-market after hours overnight and there's no news, it sounds more like some asshole's got $1 billion in shares and he's just unloading for another $1 billion in trades. Look at that. Woohoo, baby! Now trading 53 cents on 742C. Here's your next stop.
Keep an eye on the US stock indexes. Just seeing your continued rise here. No other news to back.
Yes. Yeah, turn your fucking dirty mouth off. No news. You made up a bunch of bullshit news as to why we were going down, you fucking liar. Shut your mouth, financial juice. Seriously. We got no news why it's going up. If we go down, I'll fucking figure some fucking reason why we're going down. I'll just make some shit up. Yeah, boy. What's up, leveraged happiness? Trading 73960, trying to explain a concept this morning that the market must fucking close above 740.63 today for a bullish engulfing candle on that red fucking hanging bitch ass daily candle from yesterday. And how if you're a bull, this is where you get long. And I got a hole in my medulla oblongata. So I've got no fucking fear when everybody else has fear. I'm the guy that charges the hill with the Marines. Slap that fucking ass up there. Oh, and I'm blaming Trump. I don't blame Trump for anything. I blame Democrats. I got zero sympathy for Democrats. Democrats are fucking weird, man. Motherfuckers don't vote. Like literally apathetic people. Fuck them. They don't vote. They can eat shit and die. No, I don't care. Don't protest. Go sit in your corner. You go vote and you can go protest. There we go. Blame Trump. Or maybe you're speaking about something else I missed. I might have missed the context of that conversation. I apologize if I did. All right, so we're slamming it up now into 11:06. You know we're going to draw down into 12:30 and see if we get buy-sell flows. Should be topping here sometime around now into 11:30. Here's your next bus stop. Remember, we also have to come back into... Remember, we're crashing this morning, right? Again, crashing. I did add on this open here. I did take the money off the hourly trigger, got back in over here. I think I started buying right here. I added more. I missed that fucking candle right there. It wouldn't give me a fill, but I did add more right there. Took this fucker up here, took it up here, and I'm out. If you're still in right now, congratulations. Remember, we got to come into 12:30. That's these flows right here. We don't want to get sold down in here, do we? We don't want to take that one down, do we? Sit on your hands. Nice, beautiful, easy, free trade today. Just hang out. Don't do shit. I'm going to tell you, if you're still in, get the fuck out. At least let's buy a back test of these triggers coming up. See if we can at least buy like some kind of like a nice little back test in here. Even if this is over at the 12:30 mark. Doesn't have to be right now. That's got a little foamy, little FOMO-y in here. See if we can buy something like this or this over here around 12:30 so we can take this next run up into the end of the day. Or we just keep going. It's 52 today at the end of the day. If you want a first price target, it's right here. If you are part of the Marine Corps, PT1 for Marines. That's top of the hill right there. That's some real shit, man. I'm not like I make that joke, but it's fucking legit. Like Marines. I always tell people, I'm like, the difference between the Army and the Marines is the reason why they're the few and the proud is because like the Army, you can think about it. You can call in airstrikes, call in artillery, call in a fucking call in anything you want. So the Marines, you can't do that. The Marines, it's like the Army's like thinking man soldier. Marines, man, that really is a certain breed. Shitty equipment, so they go charge that hill. And if the bullets are raining down and you tell them no, they pull a fucking 45 out and drop you right there. Anyone else? Pretty much. That's why they don't take a lot of people. Tip of the spear. Every single Marine. Even if they're not in that role, they're still tip of the spear. Every one of them motherfuckers. They will follow orders. Let's see what happens in here. Catch a little rainbow in here. We come back forward at 12:30. We can do that too. Or 12 o'clock or something like that. Let this thing cool off for a minute. Dude, they wouldn't take me. I went to the Marine recruiter. The fucking Marine Corps was like, get out of my fucking face. Like, I was too smart. That's what he said. And then I took my ASVAB and I got like a night, like whatever the top score was. I think I missed one on ASVAB or something. My SATs and all, they're too high. They wanted me to be an officer. I'm like, fuck you. No officer for me. You lose that command authority. You want to be a non-com in the Army, Marines. You want to be a non-com. You want to go in, quickly make non-com, and you can lead troops for the rest of your career. If you're any good as a soldier and you're an officer, you're in an office in like 6 months, 9 months. If you're smart, let me rephrase all this. If you're an intelligent human that you can measure with like SATs, anything like ASVAB, all that kind of shit, you never want to become an officer. And you don't want to be a competent, because if you're competent, they're going to steal you. Someone's going to take you and make you their paper pusher. You get stuck in like S12 or something, S2, S3. Ugh. Intelligence, gross. You want to blow shit up and tell people what to do. It's the best. The only reason you join the Army is blow shit up and tell people what to do. Well, why do you join the Army? There's no reason to join. I joined the Army because of my father. I'm father's father, right? I never thought I'd be a man if I didn't join. All right, I figured that out when I was 17. It just like clicked in my head. My dad will never see me as a man if I didn't serve. And then, of course, I wanted to serve my country in some fashion. I didn't care if it was kind of ironic. I wanted to join the Peace Corps. And then I heard it was a recruiting ground for the CIA, but I couldn't get in the Peace Corps unless I had my degree, which I didn't have yet. I went to a Peace Corps meeting. I was like, I'm going to join the Peace Corps. I was like, can I join the Peace Corps when I'm 18? They're like, no, you got to go to college. I'm like, this sucks. And I wanted to just like serve my country. I didn't care how it was. Like, I'd work in a fucking national park. I'd pick up trash. I don't care. And I wanted that because I wanted skin in the game, different perspective of my country and stuff. And I know my country's fucked up, and I feel like I'm a good person. I'm like, I kind of like want to, like help my country be a good thing. It's kind of like when people say like all police officers are bad. You shouldn't join the police department. That's the wrong way to look at it. If you think that's true, you should be in the police department, because then you make the changes that are necessary, Make sense? So what happens is the police department will get worse if you don't join and you're a good person. Same with the military. The military needs people like you. Same with anything in life. So I believe in that, like a selfless service to your country. And what that did for me was mostly it gave me a different perspective on, it gave me a more care for things in life, my country, my community, people, that kind of stuff. And it worked for me. Now, of course, as I'm doing that, at the same time, I want to blow shit up and tell people what to do because, you got a gun, man. You're like, not just that, you're the authority, You walk into a town and there's a mayor and you have more authority as a fucking, buck private as a mayor in a town, or even a governor, or even a president if you walk into the right palace. you have a higher level of authority than that guy. That's kind of fun, I guess. Or it's kind of neat when you're a kid. When you're young, dumb, and full of stupidity, or the other thing that people say. I do believe that I think every kid should serve their country in some fashion. I don't care what it is either. Like Teach America, Peace Corps. I don't care what you do. Old people in an elderly home or something. Spend a year or two service. Teaches you compassion, empathy, all those things that people go through in life and that you may not have ever gone through. You get to see the people in worse places than you are. You go to like a hurricane-stricken country or something where everything's been washed the fuck away in a third world country, or figure out what a real third world country is. Like an actual third world country. Like there are third world countries that are fake third world countries. Like, it's a fake third world country? South Korea. A real third world country? Guatemala, or it was. I don't know if it is anymore, but Those are both or considered. I guess you say an emerging. I guess that back then South Korea was an emerging market, but you go like 5 fucking roads out of a major city, and it's East Bumfuck again. Talking huts and shit and pigs and everything running around. You're eating fucking dog off the skewer and shit. Not anymore. I don't think South Korea is as much. They've come a long way in their growth. I haven't been there in a long time. Yeah, Cambodia. That's a fucking rough place too, man. Or it was. God damn. Darfur, Cambodia, Laos, Angola. The more recent ones are like Syria, Angola, or at least with U.S. interest, with U.S. troops quietly there. I think our whole country would change if we did that. Something like that. Some kind of service. Maybe any of you out there come from a country with mandatory service? What's it like? Europe's like that too, right? A lot of mandatory service in Europe, and they mandatory service military. I'm not even asking for military; it could be civilian. Does anyone out there want to chime in? Do you feel like your service hurt your empathy for society at all? Like at all, like society in general, or you feel more like you have ownership of your country or something? That's how I feel about it. It'd be kind of cool too, right? I mean, think about it. You get out of school at 17, 18 years old. I don't know. You join like the National Park Service. You spend a summer hanging out in a national park. That can't be the worst thing in the world, right? Can't be that bad. Teaching kids how to play fucking dodgeball in a summer camp or something. That'd be a blast. Start nailing kids with dodgeballs, like bam. Sorry, mommy can't afford daycare. Ow. We have national child care now. I'm your dodgeball teacher. If you can catch a juice box, or if you can dodge a juice box, you can dodge a dodgeball. or Capri Sun pack. Generational wealth. Did you have mandatory service or no? What was your experience like? Was it good experience, bad experience? Some of these countries have a bad experience. South Korea, man, the rocks, they're crazy. You never want to do that service. Like IDF, rocks. I don't know if Australians require service or not. They might. I should look up those countries. Some countries you don't want to do mandatory service. Fuck being a rock. Like a rock, like a Republic of Korea. I would bet that their service is more difficult than an American or any American service. We're not even talking the disparity in gear. A little bit of consolidation here. Don't know if it's if we're gonna roll and distribute or not. Or just grind sideways until we can get the new flows to pick us up and send us up. What's that question about that? We do Meta and Tesla every single day. It's on our website. Who's asking that? Helm Hammer Hand 99. Why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you can you send me an email and send me an email to my personal email account. Send it to WSBGAWD at gmail.com. Send me an email, man, and I'll get you access for a month. And you can review everything that we cover. Every day, dude. We cover it twice a day. All TMT. We cover all the majors in the stock market. So if you do that, I'll show you what the current expectations are on every time frame for Tesla and Meta. And one last thing to you, too. Helm Hammer Hand. I'm starting a new show here. I'm already doing it. I've been filming pilots in the background, or when we're not streaming here. I got like so. Maybe you might be wondering why the show hasn't started. Or first off, that show is happening right now. It should be public soon. And where I will cover Meta, Tesla, all the TMT, spec growth, all the IPOs that are coming out. That's starting like right now. It's more difficult than you think. Just want to say the reason why it's not live yet is like I have to like try different clothes on, different shticks, so that you guys know how I'm feeling that night. If that makes any sense. Like I have different hats that I bought. They're in the mail right now. Like I've got like a, I don't know if I should say this stuff publicly or not, but like I've got like a black hat, and then I've got like I got like this one right here. So like if I come on the show and at this one, this is pina coladas. Things are great for your stock. I'm gonna put on your pina colada hat or whatever. And if I have like a big black, I have a black and a blue version of this, and then I had some embroidery done, not on this one, but on some others. And it says things like, like like, I'm not gonna tell you what it says yet. Well, you can wait. Hold on here. Anyways, that night show, I have to run. Well, first I have to let's start at the beginning. I have to become comfortable. I have to stand up. I have to walk around. I have to create segments, and I have to be able to get through it really quickly. And it's a lot of work. It's not complicated. It's kind of complex. So like I need someone to help me with the research. I need someone, or I need to check the research, and then I need an editor to put together like a teleprompter with graphics and all this stuff. And then I need another person that's going to flip through the graphics as I'm talking. So it's kind of complicated. I don't know if it's complex or complicated. It's one of the two. I don't know yet if it's complicated or complex because I can't have anything break while I'm doing it. And so if I'll give you the month, if you ping me in an email, I'll get you the free month. But if you don't want that email, very shortly you're going to see like every night I'll cover Tesla and Meta quickly, like in, out, in, out, in, out. So you're going to see that. And I have a sponsor, I think, or I've been told that I have a sponsor for the show. So the sponsor will pay for this to happen. So I don't have to rely upon memberships to keep all this stuff running. This stuff's very expensive. I have to trade. So I've never sold out as an influencer, and I've refused to for a multitude of fucking reasons. So this show's cost me, or what we do here has cost me close to, at one point it was like $500,000 or something. My wife got mad about it, so I started charging, and then I started to try to develop a bunch of stuff, and that took time and like finding the right people. And I don't want one-time developers. I want people to be with me forever. I want to be friends with people for the rest of my life. I like relationships that last long periods of time and stuff. And anyways, you don't need to hear any of that shit. And even now, the memberships we have, they don't pay. Like they pay, but I have to pay other people, pay the services, pay the data, all that kind of shit, pay the development, and then so I still have to trade to compensate for my own lifestyle, and I got fucking wife and kids and dogs and cats and all that other shit. So we're at that point though where I was able to find a sponsor that I like, and I'm picky motherfucker, man. Like it's got to be right. So, anyways, we got to find the right one supposedly, and so this show should be coming online, and then we'll be able to bring in a second, third tier sponsor, something like that, and we can do this nighttime show. And the intent is to like old people watch Jim Cramer and shit, but young people only have so many options. So I'm gonna try to be that one of those options for the younger generation, so that I can walk them through the market. And I'm afraid of that Jim Cramer thing where he didn't call the collapse of the market. That's my big thing. There is like it was easy to call that. In 2007, 2008 was an easy call. Say this is the top of the market. We're gonna crash. And we're going to have a big ass bear market. And that's not a hard thing to call. It's pretty easy. So I was pretty pissed off that happened. And No one said a fucking word before it happened. Here, I'll show it to you. I'm going to show you how angry I am about this. You know, these algos here are very predictive. Let's go to the 2008, 2007 example. Just make it real simple and easy. There is absolutely, this is 2007, 2008. There is absolutely no reason why the market was not risk off here. Market should have been risk off here, right here. And it should have been risk off right here. June 9th-ish, 2008. And there was no proof of us going up there. The moment we're underneath that blue mark, we're completely risk off. That means like you exit market fully. Like you sell all of it. So you're in duration. Duration, like add pullbacks, add to the top. And then the moment you're breaking through this blue line right here, you're just like, I'm out. I'm fucking out of here. It's that fucking simple. So this destroyed a lot of America right here. I'm fairly fucking pissy about that. Like I got an axe to grind. It's been bugging me for like fucking long time, 20 years. So it's easy. It's too fucking easy. It really is. So the fact that wasn't and it's been like that. Even 2000, every single risk off event in the American stock market we can call. So we can call that for this new generation. We shouldn't go through that ever again, or at least for our group. I care about everybody else, but I care mostly about traders I know. So if we go into that risk off again, I want to be there for people. And, you know, when the real bulls, or when the real bears come out, you'll know it. When the real bears come out, you're going to fucking see it. And when the actual top is in. So covering like Meta, Tesla, stuff like that, we do it on the website. If you want access to it, you can have access to it. We have mentors inside of our Discord community, so you can always ask them questions on those outlooks. We have Tesla bulls, Meta bears, Tesla bears. We have them all in our community. We have a very strong community. Matter of fact, we cleaned it up recently, tried to get rid of some people. Take this shit seriously, right? You're here to make money. We're not here to fuck around, talk politics as long as you're not trying to, quietly like be subversive or whatever. Otherwise, though, man, shortly in the next week or 2, 3 weeks, maybe max, maybe 4 at most, that show should be online. So if you have questions on my expectations for any of these big time stocks, you're going to see it here very shortly. It's just been a matter of me, like, I don't like this, I like that, we need to change this, change that. I'd like the first show publicly to kind of be smoothish, not a complete and utter fucking shit show. Because when you have the utter fucking shit show, people are going to say, they'd be like, I'll come back in a month or 2 and check on it again. You only really get one shot at it publicly. So I kind of want it to be as right as possible. We can get it as right as possible. We have a 5-minute trigger crossing the hourly right now. See if we can buy one of these things down here. Now, between now and 12:30, we can buy any of this stuff, we will. That's the other thing too. Like, you cannot ever sell yourself out from being genuine. I think when you're like the ringleader of a group or whatever, like, you're not the boss. I know that. You can't tell people what to do. Like, good leaders typically, they're not like micromanaging, and they're typically not saying, you have to do this or whatever. As long as you get what you need to get done, and I can support you to get what you need to get done, I think as a leader that works. Or put the right people and things in place for you to be successful. It makes a better leader. And then I think in influencing, I think that people can tell if you're genuine or if you're not. And if you're genuine, then you're doing fine. I think the moment you become disingenuous, like start taking sponsors for like fucking NFTs and fake followers and fake likes and fake chats. You ever see fake chats, big followers? They have like fake chats going on. A lot of the same shit. They hire people to do that stuff. There's something lost, and people have real money in the line. Like I harp on this with people that I work with. Like people have real fucking money in the line. You have to take this shit very fucking seriously. And I take it very seriously. I have money in the line, so I don't like fucking losing. I fucking hate it. I am ultra competitive. I was ultra competitive my whole life. I wanted to be number one at every fucking thing I did in my life. Literally, that's the truth. Like anyone that knows me, anyone that's known me my whole entire life, win, lose, or draw, I was always there to win. Number one, be number one. That was my goal in life. And no matter what I touch, no matter what I do, and you fail doing that too. But when you want to be that guy, it takes a lot of work, hard work, commitment, and sometimes time, right? Wisdom and time, what you're doing. If you're not naturally gifted to do it, and I'm not saying that that's like this for stock trading. I'm just saying as a life, like in anything in life, right? And so that's who I am. You might not be like that. You might be like, I'm not that guy. Well, that's fine. But that's who I am. So at least as a leader, it has to be fucking right. And or at least enough of the time, at least 70%, 90% of the time, anywhere between 70 and 90. And then if not, how do you get a new path, all that kind of shit. Like how do you manage it and all that kind of stuff when you are wrong, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. Anyways, I'm getting off in tangents and a bunch of different thoughts. And so you should see Meta and Tesla on a nighttime show here shortly. I can't put a time on it, the time and date on it at the moment. It's in the next few weeks, but I'm still. It's like brand new for me to be doing that. Like I'm standing up, walking into the show. I got the TVs on back there. I got a teleprompter reading shit that I'm writing, and then I have to coordinate with two other people with me in person. I have a camera operator, and I got a person like running the information and data. Dude, I swear to God, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm gonna have one of those "fuck you, San Diego" moments. I was talking to a producer, and I'm like, if you fuck up that teleprompter, and I get into the routine of reading that fucking thing, I will. I was like, I would totally read like "fuck you," maybe not exactly that, but something like it, I've done that on the show. I've actually misspoken. I've had the wrong dates or the wrong whatever, like I've been given misinformation. I'm like, hey, this is happening on Friday at 9:30 in the morning, and people are like, dude, they changed it. It's like Wednesday, and I just harp on the Friday and I don't get off it. Whoop whoop whoop, and it'll still be a live show too. And I think we're doing call-ins and emails. That's the other thing. You guys can be able to give questions in advance or call and speak on the show if you want to. It might be pre-recorded where you call in early and ask a question, and I'm like, hey, what's going on there? The Opland Group from the top of the Empire State Building in New York City. What's your question for the show today? And Opland Group's like, hey, Cap, you suck balls, bro. What is Wen doing, Cap? Is Wen gonna moon? I was told that there's largest short interest ever, bro. Is Wen going up today? And I'll cover Wen for you. When will Wen trade $8, $9? Yeah, boy. We probably got to talk about that. MU today. We have to talk about that at some point. I was pretty bullish on them coming into today. I haven't even looked at MU yet this morning, but I was bullish on them yesterday coming into today. Not so bullish after today. What is MU market cap? Anyone know? Or how about market cap? How about just weight? $1.84%. You guys have the math on this? So it's 1.8% of the S&P 500. Oh, wait a minute. It says here 1.68 to 2.13. Nice number, 1.68. That's a fractal, right? 1.68 to 2.13%. You know, if we traded the 50 to, let's go look and see what that is. So let's say we traded this like 52. Let's say we get a spike up on MU on the close, right? Let's say we get an initial spike up. And maybe that carries us up to the 52. Let's pretend this is bottom right here. Hey, check it out. Yeah, big brain over here, right? So, I personally would like to get as high as possible today into the close. And if MU blasts to the depths of hell, SPOOs should recover, even if it sells off for like a week or two. So I'm kind of looking for, remember, 12:30, we're buying this over here. Not this. We're buying this if possible. Let's just keep our eyes open, see what happens. That's why I'm wasting time. If you don't notice, I'm wasting time right now. It's intentional. I told you to take the money and run up there. Now we're going to see what these flows are here and see if we can run this thing up for another leg into the end of the day today. Or at least like pop ourselves up here. So we'll wait and see. Remember that forecasts are plans. If you write a plan or if you don't write a plan and you walk into the woods, what happens? You die. If you write a plan and you walk into the woods and you encounter a washed out bridge and you say to yourself, well, I had a plan and it's wrong, so I'm going to just continue to walk over the bridge. It's not there. You're going to die. That would be the equivalent of staying, holding your thesis, right? You should be able to drop your thesis like a whore, right? Out the window, we'll write a new thesis. Plan is as good as that's written, right? That's about it. So you write a plan and you actually trade or walk or hike differently than your actual plan. So the plan here is to see what the flows are, right? I've got this drawn as coming down. And then MU pushing us up here. But, if we start running it up at here at 12, we get some buy flows at 12:30. We'll buy them, won't we? So just looking for the plan here. We still haven't hit that target there yet. We haven't hit any of this stuff, taking none of that out. I want to buy that, to be honest with you. I actually do want to buy that candle right there. I'm not gonna, but I want to. I'm having a pretty good day here. It came out of the last night down on my trade, but then I added right on the bell, made a bunch of money, and then I took a trade this morning and made a bunch of money. So I'm up fairly well this morning. Overall, it's like a couple grand. So, but I like this buy right in here. It's risky, but if you don't have a big account, don't take that trade. Just wait until 12:30. And if the trade runs away from you, don't worry about it. There's always another one. Yeah, so this nighttime show should be kind of cool. I can't tell you how many shows that I watched. I don't watch them anymore. Matter of fact, maybe I should ask you guys if you have any shows. Like most of the nighttime stuff that I used to watch, I always felt like it was a lot of after reporting. Not all of them. There's a few of them out there that throw their dicks out there. I think it's like Elliott Wave Militia or something. I watched them a few years ago when they first came out. I thought they had a big balls on them because they were forecasting, and not many nighttime shows forecast. They normally just either tell you buy or sell, or this is where I want to buy, or they give you, or a majority of shows actually give you just after, like they literally like tell you the past, and I'm always like that doesn't help me. I give a fuck about the past. I mean, I do, but I can get that anywhere. Like forecasting is brutal when you do it at nighttime. It's hard stuff. So that's the show we're trying to put out, like a forecast. These are our expectations, and if something goes wrong, this is how you take the other side of the trade. And that's both buying and selling. We're selling this down, and if we get above this level, we want to turn into a buyer. Otherwise, this is where we're headed to the downside on both sides. So hopefully we can do that for the whole market. We can give like full market coverage, and we don't like. So like if you're in the Discord, what you're going to get is you're going to get the picks before the show. Like your spec growth stuff, you'll get the actual tickers, so you'll have them in advance, and then I'll do them on the show that night. I'll cover them on the show, and you'll get the charts before they go on to the show at nighttime. You're gonna have access to them. You won't see these charts. Like let's say we're doing like SpaceX. You'll get the SpaceX chart, or you'll get the pick, and then you'll get the chart for where I want to buy in our group, and then I will cover that likely, I don't know, 8 or 10 hours later, around between 6 and 9 p.m. And so you'll have it in advance if you're a member, and then if you're public, you'll get it late, and I'll explain at that point all the mechanics to people on public and how it works. So you'll get a full market breakdown. We'll be covering crypto, that kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I should say that publicly. I am looking for some people right now to hire paid, but I don't know if any of you out there fit that bill. I'm trying to hire paid positions, but you have to have experience and bona fides for them. I don't know if I should mention that publicly or not. If you have any like real experience in like editing, producing, social media management, but you have to have like bona fides because these positions pay very well. They pay a handsome salary. You can live remote and work remotely too. But I got to find out where you you got to be really good at what you do. I think I got to do a worldwide search for them. If you are that person, you're watching this show, if you know somebody in your real life or something like that, you can always have them reach out. Contact us at tradethetrigger.com. But you have to have bona fides. You have to have like either be funded or a licensed guy, or maybe you have large social media accounts that you manage, stuff like that. Probably shouldn't have said that publicly, but yeah, fuck it. We're with our friends, right? Because we're taking this shit seriously. This is no joke. Like what? Like we're trying to make this serious. I'm even looking at like this is the studio right now, but like I'm looking at studios in like a few different places. I'm looking at a studio in L.A. I'm looking at a studio in New York City. I'm looking at a studio in Chicago, and I'm looking at a studio in Detroit. I'm looking at a building right next to Benzinga with like glass fronts, and like do the show like downtown, like Detroit's coming back huge. And like Bazinga's not big offices in Detroit. It's got a bunch of employees, bunch of finance bros and stuff. I was gonna put the show up right next door to him. I got balls, trust me. Even if it fails, I'd rather it fucking fail and have done it. So, be like, I did this. I only live one life, so let's see if we can do it. Just hang out down here, just looking to see if we can catch a drop in here. Any kind of like liquidation break. So we're trying to take this serious. Like if this really happens like this, fail or succeed, I don't care. It'd be a cool ass experience if you're out there watching the show. And there's a few of you that are. There are some licensed guys I've been talking to, and there's some like kind of famous people on social media that I've been talking to get involved in. Famous traders, famous floor traders, Chicago SCME guys, stuff like that. So if you're out there and you know what you're doing, and you really are a good trader, you have real time in market, you understand gamma and Elliott wave and candlesticks and counting and ICT and all that other shit, you can always reach out. I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be fucking dope to have like a fucking office, like, or not an office, but remember the old school studios in the 1950s and shit, like the radio studio with the record playing and they had the DJ in there. It's like have big glass window. You do the show inside. People can walk across the street, see you doing the show. I think it'd be fucking dope as fuck. You got the high, lower high. Don't buy this. Not yet. We're not ready. Got a little bit of a curling 1 minute trigger here. Just hang out. Don't do a thing. Don't give your money back to the market. Just hang out. Cool. Killing time in here now, right? Yeah. If you, any of you guys know anyone like that, that's meeting the, like, no bullshitters either. I have no time. We're past the time of bullshitters. So we're at the point where I need the real people. And so if you know any of those people, let them know. I think there's a contact us on tradethetrigger.com. You just do a contact us, leave your name, information. And I won't expose you publicly if you're ever afraid of like it doesn't work out or something. I'm a very professional person. Like there's me here in the show, and then there's me in the background, and me in the background is completely fucking different. I'm like they have attorneys and NDAs, all that kind of stuff, and so you won't get any trouble. You're not gonna get fired. I'm not gonna go in public and say, "Hey, Bob over here is gonna come work for me," and all that stupid shit. If you're in between work, need a paycheck or something, let me know. Nice lifestyle, that kind of stuff. All right, almost here. Now here's the 12 o'clock, 12:30. You're gonna see a lot of fake outs in here. We want to just wait and let this shake out a little bit. Remember what I said to you earlier. We want to be above 640, 63, I think, something like that by end of day in the close. Remember that MU could do it. And also remember that tomorrow we have a pretty big day for the economic calendar. I want to recall this really quick. And we'll look at gamma here in just a few minutes. Hold on here. So tomorrow morning we get, let's go over a few things here while we're waiting. We get PCE numbers, durable goods, GDP, personal income, personal spending. We get some second tier data tomorrow, initial jobless claims, some other PCE durable good shit. Then we get a 4 and 8 week bill auction at 11:30. That's all at 8:30 in the morning, the first stuff I reminded you of. But then we get a 4 and 8 week bill auction at 11:30, 15-year mortgage at 12, 30-year mortgage rate at 12, 7-year note auction at 1. And then we get diarrhea from Fed speakers. So they're going to want to give the Fed speakers are going to try to clean up whatever that that data reporting is, or talk it down. If it's cool, they're going to try to tell you the doom shit. On here, let's keep this over here. That's where the last group of sellers is. And then on Friday, we get at 8:30 in the morning, we get goods trade balance in advance. We get the retail inventories for X autos month over month. For May, we get wholesale inventories. And then at 10, we get the Michigan consumer sentiment. On Sunday at 12:30, we get a Barkin speech. On Monday, we get a 3- and 6-month bill auction at 10:30 in the morning. That's important because the 3- and 6-month bill auction gives us information on whether we're cutting or holding or raising rates. That's a pretty volatile thing on Monday morning. That's 11:30 a.m. Volatility. And then on Tuesday, we get jolts. That is typically a big bear day. Tuesday at 10. So you get the 3- and 6-month at 11:30 on Monday. You get jolts on at 10 a.m. on Tuesday. Wednesday, you get ISM manufacturing PMI. These have typically been bear catalysts. And then Thursday, you get non-farm payroll. So next week, this is like into the 1st and 2nd, and then we have the monthly roll too, right? NFP unemployment rate, U rate, that's on the 2nd. So even that first week of July, we have some like bear volatile catalysts. And let me see if I can pull something up for us here really quick. Hang tight here. See if I can look at a SPX at the money volatility or something here. Hold on. At the money IV for SPX in today's close is around 0.69% based on the near the money options, with puts near 7,000 strike at 0.69%. Call similarly low. This reflects extremely suppressed volatility on the June expiration, expiring today after market close. And we have some volatility ahead, including month end, including all of this data we got coming out. Tight here. Let me just check this volatility here. Now, volatility's falling right now. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. I'm going to check just a few things here. Just check volatility here. Yeah, so we got a nice vol crush coming up for today. There's a nice volatility crush taking place currently. You guys want to see it? This is real time at the. Oh, wait a minute here. Sorry about this. Can't see it over here, but we've got a vol crush happening today actively. I want to buy that right now. I should have bought that fucking thing. I'm gonna buy it right now. Hold on. Don't leave me behind. Do not leave me behind. Give me one more red candle. There you go. There you go. There you go. Keep on coming down. Just no. Shit. I think I might have missed it. I think I might have been left behind here. We want to see that on the screen. Keep an eye out for like this up there. Tag that one, then come back down to the 1230, and then back up here. It should look something like this. I'll draw it in. Like to see that. Like to see that new high right there if possible. You can see them trying to sell it, right? You see this here? So you got the high, lower high. What they're trying to do here is they're going to try to like bury this down for a new low. They're going to try to take this thing down. That's at least the intent, right? I don't want to see that. I want to see the up for the new high into 1230. That's really weird. My brokerage is on the fritz. So watch closely here. Just want to make sure we don't roll. You guys all see that okay? Hold on here, guys. You see the 1 minute rolling down here and over? I'm losing my voice. You see it down there? Do not want that into 130. Well, I know the Bears do, but what's going on with that? How is that thing? Let's move this over just so we can see it. Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. My voice is about to seize up. Let's watch this closely here. Big vicious swipes on the market today. You see all that? Nope. I want you to see that prior high right there on the left. This one right here, I want you to watch that one. You can see where they are. They sold this one. They bombed this one. We're now at 12 p.m. Want to see if they're successful this time. I'm going to figure on the buy trigger just so you know. Man, look! Anybody watching that VIX 9-day? It's looks extremely bullish here. Be extremely careful. Watch out for a roll to the downside. Target 73632 if we roll. I'm going to remove this so you can see the price action. They're trying to send this thing down here just like this. The attempt is to blast through this and then catch the cup and handle to the downside. They're not there yet. They don't have it yet. They need to close the 1 and 5 minute trigger. And 1 minute rolling down. We're going to find out real quick here. We're going to find out. You with me here, Cletus? There's no bid here either. I don't see any bid for calls. Be careful here. We're going to switch to sell side in just a moment. Not yet, but soon. We just got to close the door here. Let's watch this closely here. Don't sell this short just yet. I want to see the failure. We're almost there, not quite, but you can see it right here. Need to catch this new low, come back up here, start selling this fucker down. We're not there yet, though. You want to be like Johnny in the spot somewhere over here, and we're not there yet. Watch that prior low right there. This one right here. Target's right there. And then see him right here at 12 o'clock trying to sell this down right now. So you can see that prior. That's the first. That's that one. I got that right. Door's still not closed here. Be very careful. What you're looking for is you're looking for the new low right here. And then you're looking for that 1 minute trigger to sell. Blast through this, come back up here, and then we can start taking it down. Not there yet, though. Be careful, you can get trapped in here. They'll fucking take all your shit. Still no sell. Be very careful in here. These can be buy flows, so be extremely careful. It's always better to take the trade after 12:30 once we get the direction. See there? Did you see this right here? See this sneaky Pete shit right here? Let me show you this. See this right here? This is where shit gets sneaky. Like, you see that right there? They didn't put the new low in right there. You see that? So they can be accumulating, like accumulating this. They can be accumulating this. You hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. I was away from the speaker, or the microphone, but you got to be extremely careful in here. Not that it won't roll, but I'm saying to you that like these little pennies here, right? oftentimes a trader will read this as bearish, and then they'll just rip your face off with it. I think they did this yesterday, where they ripped the face off a sellers yesterday at one point, and I was like, this is going to squeeze. That's good right there. I like that. See that target? See that tick right there? See that tick right there? It's a good tick. That's all I need to see. I don't need to see anything else. That's it. As soon as I saw that tick, that's enough for me. Now it's only a matter of closing the door on the buyer. You should see a green candle that fails, and then we'll start rolling. You see that wick right here? See that beautiful wick? And I want you to see this wick right here too. Let me show you a few things, some good mechanics in here to show you guys. So you have the low, you have the new low, right? And then you want to check this candle right here. So see this candle right here? This candle right here, see that big wick? This next candle is required to be a bullish engulfing. This is like the day candle. This is required to be above this white line right here. If it isn't, it shows exhaustion. If you create that exhaustion on your next candle or two, right, you got a green candle that's low, green candle that's low, green candle that's low, lower high, we can start selling it. We're not there yet, but then you have to go through each one of these processes, like every one of them. It's not like, oh, we put the new low in, let's start selling. You literally have to go to you get the low, the new low, then you have to have the weakness in this next candle. You see how this candle's not weak? So you still can't sell this. Do you guys understand what I'm saying with these rules? So you have like step 1, complete. Step 2, complete. Step 3, incomplete. So you're still not short. Do you understand? So you have to go every single step to get into, and you can still have it lined up. Like I'm on puts, I'm going to slam the sell button, but you still have to wait for those things to happen. If you don't, you will be a less than perfect trader. And a perfect trader is like 7, 9 wins out of every 10 on average over hundreds of trades. Not like 1 out of 10. It's like every 10, every 10, every 10. You go back and look at 100 trades and you go, yeah, I'm a 70% winner, 90% winner. Then you're great. So you need all of these steps. And you see how this one here? I'll show you this one here. There's your first candle. See this candle right here? This started out green above, but did not stop up here. It stopped down here. So it started here and stopped down here. So this should sell. We're fairly close to it. Fairly close. Not there yet, but almost. Get your puts out. We're going to be looking for something just like this. And I want to see that break. I don't know that it will. I'm only going to do it to right here, but right there. Let's watch this closely. Don't sell it just yet. We're almost there. I like this for the bears, like that for the bears. I don't want to see any price action above 738.35. What are some other things I want to talk to you about this price action? Let's say you're long in here and we roll. And let's say you're getting beaten up. You can either manage it to close and then switch to a seller, or you can leave those on and add puts, or, short if you're long the market or something. You can be short and long at the same time. You don't have to be like both, like I'm in just one. So didn't see this, couldn't sell this yet. Squeezing higher now. And we broke past this one right here. So stops are being taken currently from sellers that are early. And they're going to want to rip their faces off now. You can't see this here, but there's another white line right here. And this is where the stops are. So you can see that it whipsawed down. They sold this down here, right? Watch, you're going to come right back up and retrace all of this. Oh, they're trapping these fucking bears in yet again. Oh, God. We took this stop right here. This one right here. This is a dead trade. Can't get short. We can set it up again. This is now invalid. You have to now check this one against this one right here. This is garbage now. This is your new one. And they reset the trade up again. This moves over right here. Oops, sorry, I should have left that up. Still no trade. I think I'm going to buy calls here. I'm going to switch to from puts to calls. Oh, fuck you. Come on, man. What do you mean error? Fuck you talking about? Fuck is going on with these fucking brokerages today? What is going on with this stuff? Come on. Fuck, man. Fuck is going on here? This is fucking bullshit. I'm getting stopped. I can't even chase this. Like my brokerage is not allowing me to buy this. All right, fuck it. I'm having broker issues right now. I'm having like glitching screens and fucking. I got like boxes on my broker that's like moving. And then I just tried to place 2 orders, 3 orders. I wasn't able to get in. Maybe I should reset my broker, maybe? Just gonna sit here and wait. I'm gonna do shit. Why am I having problems? Yes, Secretary of State Rubio saying technical group in Iran will be back later this month. Technical talks are at the staff level. Technical group will reconvene, I believe, on the 30th. These are actual diplomats. What the fuck do you mean filled? What the fuck is going on here? Oh, this is fucking bullshit. Oh, hell no. I'm having real bad broker problems right now. I'm pretty angry at the moment. I don't know what to do. I want to call my broker right now. Give me like 15 minutes. I'm fucking angry. I need a few minutes here. I'm having technical broker issues right now in the background. And I'm like, this didn't happen, that did happen, that didn't happen. All of a sudden, yeah, we're doing it. It's just gonna be like 2 minutes here. I gotta make a phone call. I'm fucking stinky right now. Give me just a minute. Motherfucker.
Iraq wants OPEC to raise its oil output in line with the production capacity and population, according to Iraq's prime minister.
Just a note for you out there that you want to be watching this 1 minute triggers closing the door on bulls here. If you see that second low, I just explained how it's supposed to go. If they roll this fucker down, it should be pretty violent. We should hit at least 736.31. And we left this gap behind, so I would want to take all that shit out too, so just be aware of that. Not quite there yet, but just be aware that they're trying to sell this down right now.
Google is introducing compute use in Gemini 3.5 Flash. That's according to their blog. According to tanker tracker data, Iran has exported 40 million barrels of crude oil since 2026 on the 15th of June. Exactly half of that amount shipped out in a single day, which was last Friday. Just a heads up, the NATO press conference has begun. We'll pop it on the feed for you to watch. We have posted out the video on the feed for you to watch. Okay, the audio is pretty bad in this video. I'll see if I can find another one and pop it on the feed. Seeing Tesla shares extending decline, session low down 0.9%. Energy Secretary Wright says that roughly 72 ships have left the Strait of Hormuz in the last 24 hours, amounting to 20 million barrels of oil. We do have a video of Energy Secretary Wright. We'll pop it on the feed for you shortly. Wright says that return to normal oil flows delayed due to uranium mines in Strait of Hormuz. We have posted another video on the feed for you to watch. Wright says Iran will not have the ability to block the Strait of Hormuz going forward. Seeing shares of SpaceX turning negative down 0.3%. Energy Secretary Wright says even without a deal with Iran, the US will ensure flows of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Fed bids for 5-year notes total $10.5 billion. Barrack Rabbit on X just says the first day of round talks between Israel and Lebanon in the US ended yesterday without any progress. Also, NG Secretary Wright says return to normalcy in Strait of Hormuz will take a few weeks. At 1 p.m. Eastern time, we get the US 5-year note auction, with the US looking to sell $70 billion 5-year notes, prior high yield rate of 4.182%, prior bid cover 2.34. Just a bit of a preview then. JP Morgan say given somewhat higher outright yields and cheap relative valuations, they see the auction as likely to be digested smoothly. They say latest C2C positioning data shows speculators were net short 1.4 million 5-year note futures, a possible source of covering demand at the auction.
Hey, if you're watching the show right now, do not take that line that I drew. This one right here that I drew earlier, I was using it as a lesson for somebody else. Do not take that as we're doing that. I think we're going down, just so you know.
Minutes ago to get the 5-year note auction. Prior high yield of 4.182%, prior bid cover of 2.34. Energy Secretary Wright says SPR could reach 500 million barrels with creative refill. Energy Secretary Wright says that we expect to be able to raise Venezuela oil exports to 2 million barrels per day during this administration. One minute can now to get the win issued for the 5-year note auction. 10 seconds. Four spot 193%, 4 spot 193% for the one issued. Surely expecting the rest of the data for the 5-year note auction. Four spot 2% for the high yield. Bid to cover 2 spot 35. So the US sells $70 billion 5-year notes at a high yield of 4 spot 2%. Primary dealers take 12 spot 89% of 5-year notes. Direct 25 spot 51%. Indirect 61 spot 6%. That's a tail of 0.7 base points. So heads up, or just reports that Trump is en route to the Capitol for the Senate Steering Committee lunch after he cancelled today's bill signing. Just a reminder, that was supposed to be at 1 p.m., but just been getting reports that he's on his way to it now.
Hang tight here, guys. We're not done going down. We're going to smash this one right here. We're going to smash another one down here. We're going to take all of this out.
So Trump speaking now, Iran making big concessions. And Trump on Iran saying it's going very well. So currently Trump speaking to reporters outside the Capitol. And that concludes his remarks. US Energy Secretary Wright says the EU rules will make it nearly impossible to import US LNG.
Make sure that you're closing puts here. There's one more spot down here. There's one more spot down here. I would like to see this get taken, but I don't know if we can take it. Start closing them here. Close them right in here. Showtime, baby. Look at those flows. Kill it. Bam, bam, bam. Downside. Make sure you're closing this stuff out. Don't bother with the rest of this bullshit down here. We can trade the 732.76, but it's risky. There can be a big green bar coming off of it. We'll probably close this right here, but I would get out here. You don't want this thing happening here and then a whipsaw to the upside. Be aware that there's a squeeze happening, forming right here. If you're watching the show right now, sorry, I'm going to call, guys. I got to take this call. But there's a massive squeeze coming in from here right up to here. Yeah, that's a 50% move, so be very careful in here.
The Nasdaq turns negative, last down 0.24%. So a reminder at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, expecting the Bank of Canada meeting minutes.
Heads up, I'm buying as a buyer here. I bought here and here, if you want to know.
ECB's Zygmunt says cheaper oil to have a positive effect on inflation. So reminder, in 5 minutes time, expecting Bank of Canada meeting minutes. ECB's Zygmunt says main goal is price stability. One minute remaining. Ten seconds. So seeing meeting minutes here, members agreed if the inflation data began to show evidence that inflation pressures were spreading, it would be a signal that monetary policy tightening is warranted. Ahead of Canada's June 10th rate decision, governing council members agreed that monetary policy will need to remain nimble. Council members agreed the economic situation presented a dilemma for monetary policy, and the summary said if USMCA negotiations are unfavourable, its effects on jobs and investment could be felt more broadly through the Canadian economy. Members agreed that the economy was weak and operating in excess supply, and there was a slack in the labour market, but the economy was not in a recession. And members noted a favourable outcome to USMCA negotiations could restore some certainty and potentially boost investment. So Bitcoin hitting session low here, lowest level since June the 5th, last down 4.45%. So we have posted the Canadian meeting minutes on the feed for those interested. The US 7-year Treasury yield slide 10 basis points on the day to 4.27%. Bitcoin extends decline to lowest level since October 2024. So in 10 minutes' time, we are expecting comments from Fed's Cook in a pre-recorded opening remarks on a small businesses at the Cleveland Fed State of Small Businesses Symposium. Text is expected, no Q&A. US Energy Secretary Wright, in the last 24 hours, 72 ships and 20 million barrels of oil have transited through the Strait of Hormuz. So around in 5 minutes' time, expecting comments from Fed's Cook. Text is expected. One minute remaining. Ten seconds. So Fed's Governor Cook doesn't comment on economy and outlook or monetary policy. Fed's Cook does not comment again on monetary policy or economic outlook. So, according to the State Department, the US says it's concerned by reports that Chinese Coast Guard vessels operating in waters east of Taiwan harassed commercial ships. And the US says China's actions are deeply destabilizing. Federal Reserve Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman has completed a shake-up of the agency's Bank Oversight Unit. US natural gas inventory is seen up 74 billion cubic feet last week in Thursday's EIA report. That's according to a poll. Fannie Mae shares quickly surge 11% to a session high. Freddie Mac shares extend gains to 9.5%, a session high. Seeing here, Google are poised to lose 2 more AI staffers to Anthropic. So Alphabet shares quickly turned negative for 0.6%. Trump said had a really good GOP meeting. Excuse me, said Trump said had a really great GOP meeting and had a great meeting with lawmakers. So currently Trump speaking to reporters at the Capitol after the Senate GOP lunch. So Trump touts oil price and job numbers. And Trump says Iran is agreeing to everything I want and they have to. And Trump ends remarks.